And I'm streaming and it's raining outside. It was a dark and stormy night. And in this dark and stormy night, there was the traditional amazing problem of I have an app who's that's gone out of normal window space, you see, on my multiple monitors. It's amazing how often this happens. Now, the operating system and the app does not cope with this. So what happens is I go over to Discord. I say I want Discord and I click on it. You see them click on it and it doesn't show. I'm so tired when this happens because it just throws you off your stride. So I think what I should be doing now is making an auto-it script. And I think I'm going to try and make a little utility to help with this. So let's see. Move to 00 script. What would be nice is if I could sort of figure out if I could figure, that's bright, that screen. If I could figure out how I could click. Oh, I could. Yes, I have an idea. If I. Oh, well. Yes, I do have an idea. Right, I need to wait for a mouse click. Wait for the mouse to be pressed. I have to wait for a mouse to be pressed. So in order to do that, I'm going to go into like, oh, Trump news. What's the latest? It's not over. Very interesting. Anyway, oh, hi, Mike. How are you doing? Oh, thank you very much. You're doing great work as a minion in the Dominion. Is that text there big enough, by the way? Can people read the text? I don't know. We could try. Can I click on this and go? Why is that not working? It won't let me do that. Send this page. No. Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go a little bit because I need to be able to read it as well, apart from anything. Yeah, there we go. So there is a way of what was it? Wait for a mouse. So yeah, basically what I'm doing right now is trying to solve a problem that I can't actually access my Discord because it's on a window. The window is off the screen. And Windows used to have a way of bringing it back, which was you'd use the Windows key. You know the Windows key, that lovely key. There's this key that's specially there for keyboards. That's a Microsoft key. And I hardly ever use it. But one thing that was always good for using was sorting out how to move a window between screens. which was perfect for the situation where you'll have a window that won't appear. So of course that was the only shortcut I would ever use, and of course that's the one that therefore is now not supported anymore. Never seems to work for me. It's this is my typical relationship with Microsoft. Oh, hang on, it is there, it's here, it's a black thing. Now that's interesting. Maybe I just need to restart it. Let me try. Well, I don't need to do this then. Because the problem is that when it does this, restarting the app doesn't help, because they usually remember where they put their window. Oh, I'm starting the app. Where is it? Yes, looks like I am going to have to do that. So let's go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and solve this problem once and for all by, I need to wait for a mouse press. Check mouse state, auto it, and yeah, this was it. So what we actually need to do is use is pressed, which is great, isn't it? And there's always someone helpful and somewhere putting that stuff on, and then you go and you try it, and you try it out, and I just put that little code in there. It's great, and this thing should in theory detect when the mouse is pressed, no matter what app I'm over. And it actually does. I've done this before, and it actually works. And the thing I was doing it for was because I wanted to have something to indicate the mouse state when making video. In fact, there's also a plugin for OBS to allow it to do this, and I was like full of joy at this prospect, because then it means that it's possible for me to use Unreal, and while I'm using Unreal, people will be able to see what I'm doing with the mouse. That was really great. So I tried that, and guess what? It works in everything except Unreal. In Unreal, when you click on the Unreal editor, it does something very low level with the mouse, which means it's not possible to do an overlay of the mouse. Typical. After trying that plugin for OBS, I tried doing it in making my own in AutoIt, and guess what? It doesn't work in AutoIt either. Brilliant. Now there's a challenge for you. Go and see if you can find anything on the internet about this, because that's because I often end up in these nooks and crannies of like trying to find something that it looks like nobody else has asked that question. And usually you find that somebody has asked this question, but this particular one, no. Not seen anybody bring this topic up. It might not be helped by the fact that any search that you try to do is immediately about reading the mouse. Thank you, Mike, Minion Mike. You're the only one watching anyway. You know, yeah, it's really frustrating. So, but anyway, I could use this piece of research that I did the other day. I can maybe use it here. So if I put this in a loop, right. But then I was saying, so I do this and then I try to build it and it doesn't work. What? Oh, there's always somebody getting in the way. No, this is not a threat. It's absolutely fine. It's fine. It's a false positive. It's absolutely not a problem. It's because I just made it. Allow. Flipping heck. Yes, allow. God, living heck in my entire life, I've encountered one actual virus in my entire life, and that was about 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago. It's like every single time. I can't remember ever a virus being detected that was actually a fracking virus. Tell me your stories about that. Have you ever had an actual real virus and your antivirus on your machine? I'm in a real ranty mood today. I wonder why. So, while true... No, there's no particular reason. Or if you're looking for reasons, because I'm always in a ranty mood. So there's no real difference. Why should today be any different? If not now, when? When? So I tried it. It built. That's really confusing me. Oh, it built, but it won't run. It's all very confusing. It's still confusing because it's problem with the end if statement. No matching if. Oh, that's true. If pressed, I'm too much ranting. It's actually going to work. Oh, there it goes. And I do all of that. And it says unknown function name. And so the reason it's an unknown function name is because that sample that I looked at, nobody ever bothers with header files or include files whenever they give samples. That's another one of my things that I really find annoying. But fortunately, it's here. Have you ever done that, looking for APIs? You go to an API, it's sample code. Oh, here's the sample code. You paste it in. And it's like error, 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 error. And you have to go through the sample code and look and fix all the errors by including all the stuff that they didn't show in the sample. Moan. I'm moan a minute at the moment. So if I include that, which I'm going to there, then in theory I should actually be able to run this. Control break. I can actually use the break key. You don't do that very often, but that's a way of breaking out of a running program in this thing. So if is pressed 01. Reminds me of the BBC Micro. The reset button was called break. Have I tried putting a mouse trail on? That's a very good point. But the purpose was to see the buttons. But that's interesting. Is it so low level it turns off trails? And yeah, we might try that out later. Okay. So if pressed, they're going to do console write something. And then we need to append. In this language, it's just sort of a bit like basic, you know. It's like, sure, we're going to concatenate two strings. No, we can't use plus. We'll use an ampersand. CRLF. That's how you have to do a return statement. Is that like Visual Basic? Who made Visual? Oh. And we go and run this. And oh, look at that. Anywhere I click, look, I get an A. If I click enough, I can get triple A. That's always good. You think triple A is important. Control break. All right. So what I'm going to do is that works. Now I'm just going to prove to you the point just on this sort of randomness. So the actual project I'm on at the moment, other than ranting, is making a little AutoIt script so that I can restore a window which is off a screen. It's like it's amazing that the operating system doesn't deal with this for you. And in this age of AI, where there's all kinds of AI, can't make a computer that can figure out that it's pretty fracking pointless to have a complete window off any of the available screens where you can't click on them in order to drag them back. So here I'm going to hit F5 and now I'm running my program, and you see, look, every time I click I get another one of these here, right, which is like great. I have a 100 millisecond delay, so I can't tap too quickly. But then I go, so I say, oh, that's great. I could make my own sort of overlay using AutoIt. What fun! And then you go over here and you click on this. Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh, flipping heck. Ah! Go away! I want to see the screen here. Can you let... Right. I don't believe it. It works. How odd. Well, now we know. Now we know why you're not going to find it, because it doesn't seem to happen, but it happens somewhere else. It's not on this machine. There's something... Okay. Well, I guess that means that the overlays would work with Unreal on this computer. That is strange. That's so weird. I wanted to rant about that, and it turns out it was a non-rant. And that's upsetting. I'm going to rant about the fact I couldn't rant. Right, look, meanwhile, what we can say is, I'll make this sort of shorter, 20 milliseconds. Basically, when the mouse is pressed, I'm going to see which window is active. So I'll have to find... No. Get active. Window. What? Why is the autocomplete not working? What does WinActive do? What? Oh, that was really confusing. Right. I'm doing WinActive. I hit F1. Thank you. Checks to see if it's currently active. No, I want to know what the current window is. Oh, I know what it is like. Get. Oh, it's really annoying. There must be a way to see which window is active. Win. Get title. Now I want to get, I'm going to have to search for it. I want to see which particular window I want to see which particular window AutoIt get current window. Oh, thank you. There's a special name for it. So what we can do is get Win title, apparently, and then here we say active. And so we get that in there, and then we end loop, loop end, loop, exit loop, console write $A and at CRLF. If I try running this, and what should happen is when I click on a window, look at that. This window is called Save Content. That's actually pretty cool, because now I've got the window that I click on, and then what this script is going to do is wait until I click on a window or activate a window. When I activate the window, it's going to, about this, when it activates the window, it's going to move it to 0, 0. That's the idea. Now I just need to, sorry, the reason for the pause there is I was just debugging it in my head, just a little wrinkle. When I start the thing off, it'll be pressed for a minute. So actually what I could do is another thing here, which is I go in here and put in another loop. If not pressed, then exit loop. So this will wait until the button is released, and then it'll wait till the button is pressed. And when the button is pressed, I'll put in a little delay to ensure that, you know, there's an opportunity for that window to take, let's say, half a second. There we go. Then it's going to get the window which is active, and then it's going to print it. Let's just see if this works. And so I'm going to go down here and click on my window that I'm trying to fix, which is my Discord. There we go. So I click on that. So that's kind of interesting. And it says Diver Discord. And in fact, the window, there is a window, but it's black, which was on a black background, so I couldn't see it. I don't know if there's something else has gone wrong with Discord. Oh, interesting. So it might not actually be that issue. I'm just going to try something, because it seems like the user interface is actually receiving things, but, you know, receiving input. Discord. Oh, okay. Well, I think I think it was something else. So if I end Discord, and if I'm ending Discord, then it means that I'm getting an accord. Except, of course, oh, wait a minute. I think it actually did eventually close. So now if I've done that and I start Discord, so it just looked like it was the old window. Oh. Oh.
Hello, Dino.
Shh. Oh, there we go. But I'm still going to finish my little script because it's just too useful. So having got the window that I couldn't click on, but I can click on in the bar here, then what I can do is win move I should be able to do $A. This doesn't matter. 0, 0. And this should be my finished script, which will just, anything I click on, it will move to 0, 0. So I run it, and I click on this, and it moves to... This makes me so happy. Yes. So the great thing about that is that now I can sort of move this off the screen. Right, so in reality you couldn't move it off the screen, but you can see how this is really kind of, it's like, oh my gosh, I've got 1 pixel to move it. In fact, I'm sure if I really tried, I could put that into a state where it's impossible for me to get it back. It's actually a 1 pixel line on the edge of the screen there. So this was this thing. So what I should be able to do is run my script, which I'm going to compile now. Run my script. I can move that down a bit, move this down a bit. Right. So what I'm going to do is run my script, right? And then I click on the window I want to restore, which is this one. Look at that. Oh, I'm feeling quite clever now. And so this tool is now available for me to use. In fact, it's probably just been compiled, hasn't it? So there should be an executable on my desktop. It's probably behind something, you know, because I mean, you know, it always is, isn't it? Did it compile? Let me hit F7 and try again. F7. It should have. Where are you? Oh, there it is. So this little utility here is now my recovery thing. I run it, exe. I run it, and it's waiting for me to click on something. What have we got? Let's say voice attack. And yeah, no, that's it. Sorry, I know I was confused there. That's the script there, voice attack. And now, of course, being brought to that point, you're now able to move it around. And this is DevOps. This is DevOps. This is absolutely, I mean, you know, I now have a solution. You know what? And even Al read that as I now have a solution. But now has said, you know what pony them, how forever as, I now have a solution. But now I said, you know what pony them out forever as, now I have a solution. But now I said, you know that pioneer them about farther than is now, I have a solution. Never mind. I could be here all day. I get into it becomes a bit sort of like weird that you kind of get stuck just reading it, trying to make sense of nonsense. Right. Hello. I can get on with what I meant to do now. What was I doing? Let's start up. All right. Yeah. How initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
And let me also prepare my full development environment. Which involves, yes, also my iPad, which I use for more DevOps. Configurable graphical keypad. It's almost the only thing I use my iPad for now. Action pad. Right. Hal was not able to start Visual Studio automatically, so I'll just do that. There was a lot of research put into trying to make it reliably open Visual Studio, which you have to do from inside Unreal. There may be, I've got an idea of maybe another way that could be achieved. And then I need to get the right scene. This is my scene. Okay, there we are. And I can run the project, and then I can open up this CD Unreal. I've got some test cases in there. What was test 4 again? Make a cube, and then moves the cube. Or test 3. Right, we'll do test 3. So what I need to do now is there we go. Test 3, and boom. Which podcast was that you listened to? Netflix? YouTube, Steam, Netflix podcast? Which one? I don't remember. I know. When did I do anything about Netflix? I don't remember doing anything about Netflix. Have you got a link to it? The Ticket podcast. Oh, did I talk about that? I don't remember doing that one. Or did I only put that on the Discord? Can you send me a link to my own podcast, please? Oh, the song. The song was not a podcast. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I should sort of like collect together these little things. So, right. Well, there we are. We have a scene, and the scene was constructed from a script that was sent over the network from this. And I believe that last night I made it able to do a reset. I can say con reset, and it won't recognize it because it's actually con clear, and it won't recognize it because it's actually con reset, and it won't recognize it. Oh no, that's what the problem was. That it wasn't actually listening to the keyboard because I was redirecting a file. Let's try that again. Con reset, please. There we go. And that just... Oh, the podcast had the song. Okay, gotcha. And that reset the thing. Yeah. So then I can just make a new cube. Make cube. And it puts it in the last position it was programmed in. I can set the position to 0, 0, 0 and apply the position to the current cube, and it moves. I can rotate the cube. Let's put the rotation of the cube as being 0 degrees around the axis 0, 0, 1, which should sort of reset this. And then I say apply rot. And that doesn't work because I haven't implemented that yet. So I'm going to just fill this out a little more. Let's have a look at... Oh, yeah, you won't see much on that because it's really, really tiny because of a bug. It'll be fine now. There we go. So what I want to do is open up my blueprint, level blueprint. And this is the blueprint for my terminal application with network connection here, with custom C++ actions. And then that's the rest of it is all just standard blueprints. This is the bit that creates a cube, and these bits here are getting the rotation and so on. So in fact, actually, to do rotation, it'd be good to have a function. I create this function is one that, given a string, parses it to create a vector. That originally was in this graph. I have one here that, given a string, creates a rotator by specifying an angle and axis. This is quite nice. And one of the side effects of this work, which I'm doing to learn Unreal, as well as creating a tool that will be useful for the Phi research project, Phi programming language, is that I'm also building a library of these little functions, which are now really useful. It's like, it's useful to be able to parse a string into a, a rotation or rotator in this case. So what I can do is that, and say I've selected it. I'm going to collapse it to a function. Oh, and let me try undoing this. Now, I'm wondering whether the undo would work, because it sounds like this is something that works on two files at the same time, so it's probably not going to allow me. This would be my guess. Oh, look at that. I was wrong. It seemed like it, but in fact, I clicked away from the window. I'm just wondering now, does it exist? Did it delete the other one? Who knows? But that's nice that that worked. What I needed to do was select everything except the input rotation. So I'm going to do that. Right click on the wrong bit. Got to right click on the right thing. I was right clicking on a pin. Collapse to function. And so now, this is one thing I love about blueprints, the ability to just build some code, and it is code. It's absolutely code. Anybody using blueprints is being a programmer. I wish this was better understood. It's a programmer without typing. Well, actually with less typing, because you still have to type. But the fact that you can just select a bunch of code that does a piece of functionality and just turn it. Only Discord only. Okay. I need to have a listen to that before I go and sort of spread it out further. But it's probably one I did and I forgot about it. All right. Well, that's fine. Let's see. Ah, there we are.
I was reading an article which basically said that the probability of being in the top 20 or whatever of the YouTubers is really, really small. And even if you get in the top 20 or wherever it was, you're not really earning a living.
Okay, right. Well, that sounds interesting. I need to put together my podcast. I also need to continue with the moths of programming. That's the big problem with all this social media stuff. You do things and nobody, hardly anybody, almost nobody says anything. And then eventually you lose interest. But I should really continue with those. Because there were so many more to do. So many more. What's weird? Something is weird. So I sound a bit miserable, don't I? Oh, that's because I am miserable. Always a bit. I'm just a miserable old miserable thing. But I put a smile on it. So what we have here is that's been rolled into yes, name, because now it's called new function 0, and you know that's not really ideal. So to rename the function, you have to go and find it over here in some random place, and you can rename it. I'm going to do bars rotator. Oh, this obsession with it, making everything a noun. We could call it like pars rotation. Then it wouldn't be a noun. But these days, everything's a noun. In fact, you're not allowed to say everything is a noun anymore, because is a verb. Maybe you should say all nouns. Yes. Noun, noun. No verb. Anyway, it's just random selection of hobby horses, you know. I think I'll just do this scale as well. Oh, yes. It's just exactly the same thing. It's make a vector. So, in fact, I don't need to build that one, because I can just reuse this. The return value goes there. Oh, how... Prowl's just turned the heater off again. Hey, tropical! Don't live for yesterday. Live for the noun. Yeah. What about words that are both nouns and verbs? Because you say don't live for yesterday. Live for the present. But present is also present. That's so interesting, isn't it? Because they're spelt the same, actually, but they're not pronounced the same. Or are they? It's like present and present. When the present presents itself. I don't know. Because really there isn't anything. It's sort of like the present as a noun doesn't really make a lot of sense, because it's gone as soon as you've had it. It's gone. I mean, the present is just like infinitely thin slice. So it feels a bit odd thinking of it like a noun. It's more like something we do. We do the present continuously. What was that philosophical? That was a philosophical thing. Oh, that was a joke today. It was my effort at making a philosophical joke. It inspired by Alan Watts. It's not very good, but I'm still kind of pleased with it. Is a chicken simply an egg that's sleeping? And conversely, is an egg therefore a chicken that's sleeping? So, yeah. The present peasant said something rather unpleasant about a pheasant in the crescent. Yes. Right. We could have a rhyming competition. One person suggests to another person some word to rhyme with, and then the other person has to come up with all the rhymes for it. So I'm going first. Tropical, I'd like you to find words that rhyme with sandwich. I'm a stinker, aren't I? Yeah, you knew I was going to do that. In fact, you thought I was going to go for orange, let's be honest. You thought I was going to go for orange. I could tell. But I decided it's like pawn to king 4, you know. It's like, no, I did a bit of a, you know, weird opening on that one. Sandwich. We'll end up playing Mornington Crescent in a minute if we're not careful. So anyway, back to the thing here. I've just collapsed these down, so now that's a lot smaller in my graph. A good deal smaller. But what it means is I can use, because I need to do rotation, I can do a rotation thing here. So what will happen on apply is that it goes through the list of things to apply, as everything after apply is a list of what to apply, separated by commas, as parsed by all this junk here. And then I need to go, one moment, good witch, bad witch, sandwich, bad witch, sandwich, bad witch, sandwich. I think I'll accept that. It's very good. I never thought. I never thought of that one. So really well done. I wrote a song for somebody who went to an open mic that I used to go to. I wrote a song about him and someone else, but I had the line in it. As a wordsmith there is none to compare with his devilish use of language. If he wrote this song, bet it wouldn't take him long to find a better rhyme than sandwich. Which is, of course, the rhyming language with sandwich is something that was done by the band Men at Work in their famous song. You know this one, Mike? Yeah. Do you come from the land down under? Yeah. The line was, do you speak my language? He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. Not really. You've got a better rhyme than that, so I'm impressed. Yeah, but no, but it's a thing. I have, for years, never came... Yes, it is a good song. I never came across that solution to that particular puzzle. So how would you do? How would you do with orange then? I'm just curious because that was brilliant. So, mind you, technically you need to give me a rhyme now, and I'm also the umpire. I'm going to prohibit orange. Oh boy. I'm having so much fun. It's sad. Rot. For rotation. It's short for rotation. Just to be clear. So this is rotate the current object. Well, in this case, it's rotate. It was move the current object. This is the current. All right. So all I need to do then is I need to go from here to something called set actor. And this is really annoying. I want to set the actor rotation, right? And it's not showing me that option. And the reason it isn't showing me that option is because it's in context sensitive mode. Hold Control and Alt for more. Oh God. Yeah. You see why I'm sighing is because I uncheck that and then it always comes back. So you're always having to sort of do this and then uncheck. Look, I'll show you. I just did that, right? And I'll come back and it's like, oh, Well, yes, last time it was always coming back. Maybe there's some kind of weird rule. Maybe it's just done that, just fool me into thinking that it won't come back. I don't want it on because it's just nonsense. And I want to find set actor rotation. Now, notice that set actor rotation, by the way, as we're going, this is a kind of an in-joke about object-oriented programming, but you'll notice that rotation is a noun. So, yeah, it's the set. There's a verb. This is it. There are only very few verbs which are allowed. One of them is set. You're allowed to have the verb set, and you're allowed to have the verb get, set and get. Because in the end, trying to banish verbs entirely, it doesn't really work. So, the purity of the non-verb programming has to be muddied a bit. It's just like, anyway. Can't we just say rotate actor? Please, can we just say rotate actor? Position actor, move actor. Anyway, well, there's more text, there's more chat here for me to look at. Dispose. Yeah. Destroy is allowed. Well, of course, destroy and dispose are allowed, because in this world, it's like you are allowed to do things if they're destructive. It's true. You're allowed to do things because that's the way our society is. It's almost like human beings were designed to destroy things. That's our job. We design, but sometimes it's necessary to build something that's worth destroying first. So there is a kind of yin-yang thing going on as well. Make something beautiful, like invent a whole new intellectual pursuit known as programming and software engineering. Create this thing and then spoil it, or invent music and spoil it, or invent gameplay and spoil it. It's just like, that's what we do. Sorry. Am I ranting too much? I don't care. I'm in a mood. I need to vent, not frustration. I need to vent something. I don't know why I'm in this mood today. It's more like, yeah, I know why. It's a good way of. The problem is we take if you remember your past, you take your past with you wherever you go, and that can sometimes be a burden. This goes here, as you remember things that annoyed you. I'm in one of those moods today. It's kind of like cathartic, really. So what have we got here? This is we find the instance of the current named object that we're operating on, and if we do a rotation, then we set the actor rotation of that guy using a rotation that I need to obtain, which I can use my new function parse rotator here, which generates a rotation. Parse is a verb. You're allowed to say parse. And then we need the rotation, which I can put here, a get rotation, and pass that in to the string source. But this is a pure function. I just realized that. So what I'm going to do is set that. If I go to my thing here, how did I set it as pure? Yes, I click on this node and I go pure. And when I do that, it means that it doesn't actually execute. There are no white things going in and out of this because it doesn't need them. It's a pure function. And that's not really particularly messy. In fact, this looks quite nice considering. It should allow me to rotate an object after I've made it. So here we go. Time to do a bit of work. So I'm not being paid for this. It's like, you know, this is hobby stuff. So therefore, I'm allowed to digress. Make cube. Name is going to be foo. My metasyntactic name. Don't have a go at me, because I've been through that one on a previous one. It's like, it's a bad idea to use foo. Yeah, use a meaningful name. It's like, make cube, name foo, position 100, 100, 100. Make cube for position 100, 100. That's good enough. If I do that, we get the cube. Now, I should be able to move the cube by going rot and specify my rotation. Let's say 45 degrees around 0, 0, 1, and then it's still I'm still working with foo because it remembers that, so I don't really even need to name it, but I will anyway. Name foo. Apply. Here comes the nice bit. Apply rotation. Ah, that worked first time. Indy killed the hobby star. Yes, I think so. We can change the past, actually. We can. People say we can't change the past, but we can change the past. You know why? Because the past isn't even real anymore. So we can pretend. And how is pretend about the past any different than remembering the past? And before you say that's insane, you have to remember that that's actually something that human beings typically do. I mean, you know, history is written by the victor, you know. So there we are. It's actually a thing. Rewriting, like rewriting a wiki page. Absolutely. Oh, hang on a minute. I missed something from Tropical. Programming violence when you destroy all the parents' children. Yeah, I know. This sometimes can be disturbing to non-programmers when they hear things like that. Oh, there was an answer for rhyming on orange. I missed it. Oh. Orange storage unit. Storage unit. Orange. Storage. Storage. Orange. Syringe. You could have gone with syringe. Might rhyme with orange. But the problem is it depends on how people pronounce orange. The orange syringe. Don't remind me. That was a bit cryptic, that one. But I kind of, it made sense to me at the time. So what's the one for me? Line. Oh, that's an easy one. Line, fine. Time. Wine, if you're allowed rhymes with an M. Pine, chime. Mine. Climb. And when you're doing song lyrics, you know, you need to one line at a time. I mean, it could present a bit more of a challenge than that, really. Here's one for you. Cordial. That's the next one. That's the next challenge, the rhyming challenge. Find something that rhymes with cordial. It's an interesting exercise to delve into your mind and find a worm that's a worm. a word that's difficult to rhyme with. How does that work? Ordeal. That's very good. That was the one that came to mind as well. It might be the only one. I can't even remember the word I said now. What did I say? Ordeal was supposed to rhyme with. That's the problem, is we remember words by the rhyming. I can't get cordial. Thank you, cordial. Thanks. Yeah, because I went from cordial to ordeal, and I couldn't go back again because it's not a perfect rhyme, but I think it's close enough. That was very good. A cordial ordeal. Audible. An audible cordial ordeal. I don't know. There's meal, I suppose. I was given a meal. It was such an ordeal. All the stuff to peel. And we're going to do haikus next. All right, I'm ready for one. Or was audible a suggestion? I think that wasn't an attempt to rhyme. Audible is a suggestion, isn't it? It's like, what should we rhyme with audible? That's a good one. Good one, audible. If I wrote a song and it says, I was listening, but it was barely audible. But when I strained, I thought I heard you call. So that, I know. So you can take liberties with rhyming in songs. Anyway, look. Well, back from La La Land. Audible and cordial rhyme. Maybe. I don't think so. But you know, again, whether something rhymes or not is not exactly black and white. It made me think, though. You know, you could have an advert where for a drink, a cordial, as a drink, that has this gimmick that when you pour it, it makes a sound. So that would be, you know, the audible cordial. Yeah, it's strange. It's not really a rhyme. No, not really a rhyme. So I want to do scaling as well then. I might as well do that while I'm here. So I can add then another. I can extend this. Oh, I need to stop playing. So I'm going to go add a pin. And there we're going to put scale. It's not used so often, so I don't mind. There's an extra 2 letters. We're going to copy and paste something, are we? I'm going to drag over the scale. And now scale, get scale. And then we're going to do a parse vector. We parse it. Oh no. Parse the vector. And then we need to do... Oh, we're going to have to do set actor scale. So yes, this is the pattern. We get the verb out of the way. So the verb is first set, and then we need to have the thing we're setting. Actor. Oh yeah, it didn't check this time. That's weird. Set actor, and then we need the second. Although interestingly, again, that word scale is both a noun and a verb. But here it is strictly... Oh, wait a minute. Set actor scale 3D. That 3D, I find that troubling. It's like, yep, I know, it's it's like, I know, it's what I'm doing. I'm working in graphics technology in 3D. I'm a big boy now. But, I mean, we could do that, and weird it's different to the others. Special about set actor rotation, right. So I think that's all I need to do to implement scaling. So let's try that. Ruckus. Rhyming with ruckus. Pompous. Pompous ruckus. Pompous ruckus. Pompous ruckus. There was a young man named Ruckus who often came across a bit pompous. I'm in dangerous territory with trying to do a limerick with that, by the way, so I shall stop. Pompous ruckus. Yes, I know. Now, nobody laugh at that. I don't want to see anybody sniggering at pompous ruckus. Anyway, right. So what I'm going to do now is reconnect to this, and I'm going to make myself a cube, and I'll just test the scaling by saying scale 1, 2, 3. Apply scale. Fail. It failed. Why did it fail? It did not scale. Why did it fail? This is beyond the pale. It's a weird phrase, beyond the pale. The frake? The frack. Fracking, heck yeah. We need to bring back the frack. Does anybody know what the... I know, but I didn't know before I knew. Which is actually a fairly common occurrence, but the word, the phrase beyond the pale. Do you know what that means? Where that comes from? That's just like a kind of a... We could turn this thing into a kind of informal sort of, Trivial Pursuits. We hear everybody say, that's beyond the pale. Then you think, what? That be beyond the pale? Does that mean it's more pale than pale? It's so pale that it's beyond the colour pale. Apparently, well, I'll say in a minute what I understand beyond the pale to mean. While I'm trying to figure out this, because this is beyond the pale. It's like, I'm going to set a breakpoint here and hit play, and I'm going to try running that again. So if I connect to it, I can just... Most interesting. And it did get here. It really did. And we can see the scaling factor is actually... Oh, I didn't set the target. What it actually did is it probably looks like it scaled the global thing or whatever that is. Is that the whole level? I don't know. It probably does nothing. It didn't complain about it either, but I just sort of like whatever global is, I just scaled global. I scaled the level blueprint. What I'm missing is this blue thing here. This needs to go to there. I think it's funny how it didn't complain, because that's pretty nonsensical. If I hit play, we'll try again. There we go. We do make cube. And we say scale. 1, 2, 3. Apply. Scale. That's very good. And now I can do this. Should be able to stack the applies together. So I can now say I want to reset the scale. I want to change the scale to 3 by 3 by 3. And I want to put the position to be 0, 0, 300. And then I also want to set the rotation to be 45 degrees. Otherwise, if I do 90, we won't see any difference. And I'm going to do it around the X, Y, Z, where X is whichever way it is. I'm not sure. I think it's left and right. I don't know. The coordinate system of Unreal is a bit nuts. But anyway, that sets the scale, position, and rotation. And then I say apply. Position, rotation, and scale. That was very pleasing. Oh, implement. You're right. Beyond the paling fence. Yes, it's actually literally beyond the paling fence is actually where it comes from. Because the pale was the outer limit of the village or town. It's literally the fence around it. So when something is beyond the pale, it means it's sort of out of town. It's a bit like saying it's out there, you know, like a very, very old version of it's from outer space, you know. You can imagine you're in a little encampment somewhere on a crossroads with your pail, and that's your little universe. And then one day, you know, a stranger appears from somewhere else that looks weird and is dressed strange, and we have that would be a what's it called? What do they call it in Star Trek? A first encounter? Whatever they do it. Protocol. So when you say something is beyond the pale, it just basically saying it's originally meant it's not something we do around here, I suppose. But now it just sort of means something unbelievable, I suppose. I'll look it up. That's the thing. It's a phrase we use, and we often without. But it's one of those ones that has more of a feeling than a meaning. Outside the bounds. Oh, that's very good. That all right. It's a good thing I looked that up. But in fact. Yeah, that makes total sense. Outside the bounds of acceptable behaviour. And that actually does go all the way back to the idea of outside the bounds of the village or the town or whatever, beyond the pale, outside the bounds of acceptable behaviour. That's very nice. Yeah, glad I looked that up. Because it's good, it's useful. Because otherwise you have to say outside the bounds of acceptable behaviour. Beyond the pale is a little easier on. But anyway, there we are. I now have got my cube that I'm able to, well, in fact, any object. And I suppose what I'd like to do now is there is some functionality I really want. I want to be able to do some other primitives, like let's have a sphere and whatever else there is out there. Those are good. But the really good one to have is color, because it's really nice when you're doing experiments with things that you can color code them. It's just so handy. That one's going to probably be the hardest, because it's not like you can just say, I want to color this red. Is there a setting for that? No, what you have to do is you have to make a material. I suppose you can use a material. Well, once you've got the material, you can set the color. I suppose that's okay. If I do a dynamic setting of color, but this is going to, I'll need to figure out how you do that with blueprints, and then there's a concern about where you put the things. I mean, it's like, you see, the issue is what you really want to do is say to the shader what color you want, but the problem is that the material is a combination of a shader and the settings of the shader. Then every object that you have, if they share the same shader, when you change the color of one, you change the color of everything. But what you really want to do is you want to have it that the object has its own shader, its own material, its own color, which means it needs to have its own material. So then you need to be able to create materials. So you have to copy a material. It's a bit annoying. But yeah, there's no real way around that. So let's have a look next for the next functionality in this thing. Beyond the pale, past the veil, you may find the past behind. I like that. Did you make that up? What other objects do we have? How did I make the cube? I don't even remember now. It's this whole thing here. Spawn cube. What's spawn cube? Spawn cube is this. Where did the cube come from? How does it know it's a cube? How does it know? Add child actor component. Does it know? That's just blown my mind. I don't know. How does it know it's a cube? It doesn't say cube anywhere. Spawn cube. Huh? How? Oh! Oh! Oh, how silly I am. Yes, I forgot. It's because See, ideally what I'd like to be able to do is spawn any object. I'll be able to say we're spawning and give it which object is it we're going to spawn, you see. But in fact, what I have to do is create a blueprint for each object that I'm spawning. And how it knows is because this is the spawn cube. This is blueprint. This is the cube blueprint here. So this is it actually says there, actor class cube blueprint. Oh, I find that really quite ugly, but yeah, that was it. See, yeah, that's good. Yeah, but because it's not just what could rhyme. There's an actual bit of philosophy in there. You see, beyond the pale, so beyond the bounds of what is socially acceptable, past the veil. That is you know, not only going beyond what is socially acceptable, but also pulling back the facade to reveal what there really is. You may find the past behind. That's a bit cryptic. I like the sound of it, but it's a bit cryptic. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but it feels like in the right ballpark, you know. Beyond the pale, past the veil, you may find the oh, yes. No, I read that as if you are going to let go of your attachment to the past, one way of doing that is to ignore social convention and the social facade, because by doing that, then you break yourself free. You see, there you go. We can have a full sort of philosophical analysis of your. No, I like it though. It's a poetry. Beyond the pale, past the veil, you may find past time. Talking about that reminded me of one of the things that Alan Watts said. It's like we tend to think, don't we, that the present is caused by the past. Now, bear with me, because I know this is going to potentially sound very, especially in this day and age where alternative interpretations of reality are very much beyond the pale. But it's not, the thing to realize is it's all language. It's all language that, you know, gives us a kind of mental framework of things. And in the language that we have, it seems very natural for us to make the assumption that the present was caused by the past. But there is another way of looking at the past. Although it doesn't change any reality, it does change the way that you look at it. And as a human being can change the way that you behave. And that is to look at the past as being like the wake of a ship. And you're on the stern of the ship looking out at the wake that the ship generates. Now, from an outside observer, you can equally you can say that the present generates the past. That blew my mind when I heard that. It was just like, oh my God, that is so true. It depends how you look at it. It's not that one is right or the other's wrong. It's just that if you can choose to look at it, that the past is something that flows from where you are now, like the wake of a ship. And what's great about that is that it's like a liberation, because, and it's so important for mental health, just of humanity. I know mental health is a big topic, and quite rightly so, especially at the moment. But, you know, in a way, the mental health of humanity as a whole is probably not that great. Because what we do is we end up getting tied down, and we feel the danger with feeling that the present is the result of the past, right? Is that then, well, the past, it doesn't exist. It happened, right? You can't change the past, as they say. You can't change the past. And if you can't change the past, and the present is the result of the past, it means that you can't change the present. And then if you can't change the present, then you can't change yourself. And if you can't change yourself, then you are trapped. Well, I'm sorry, but that's a kind of an undeniable piece of logic. You can't really argue against that view. So what you have to do is try to create an exception and say, well, no, but, you know, we have free will. Well, okay, but if we have free will, it's not compatible with the idea. This is really philosophical, but it's not compatible with the idea that the present is the result of the past. You can say, oh well, but we can decide what the future is. Well, maybe, but the future doesn't exist either. I mean, all you've got is now. So the thing is that you can look at it in a different way, and it doesn't invalidate anything. You can look at it that the past flows back from you like the wake of a ship. Is it true? Well, when you're thinking of it in that way, it actually is true. If you're looking at it and saying, does that mean that, there isn't cause and effect? Well, there's cause and effect when you use the words cause and effect, and you look at it like cause and effect, and then you have cause and effect. That's right. But you can also look at it the other way. And there is actually, this is the point about axioms or assumptions in logical reasoning. There is actually no proof. There's no logical proof that cause and effect has to be so. We take it as being so because it seems to be so. That's a different thing from saying that you can mathematically prove it. Cause and effect is an assumption in itself. So this leaves the door open to looking at what happens in a different way. And the different way that you can look at it, you can choose to look at it that it isn't cause and effect, but really that the past flows back from the decisions you make now. And if you do that, you've cut yourself off. You lose that trap. You're not trapped anymore. It's in effect the same way as just letting go, of the past. And that's just beautiful. He said, Alan Watts has said many, many amazing things. That's one of them. Pendency inversion, but it's and the thing is that there is a sense in which that is absolutely spot on, because when you're looking at the wake of a ship, isn't that like looking at your past, which doesn't exist but is just a memory? And that you learn from the memory, and that can cause you to perhaps be wiser in the decisions that you make. But you've got to add that ingredient, which is you. And that ingredient, which is you, cannot, by definition, be driven by the past only, because then you don't have free will. The only way to have free will is if you are not bound to your past. So one other way of looking at it is you can choose whether or not you're bound to your past is actually mostly a choice. Yeah. It's about points of view. It's absolutely about points of view. Yeah. And that's absolutely right. That's why I think yesterday I was saying about Douglas Adams. It was brilliant. And that was what he did. His literary works, which I consider to be of exceptional quality and it's serious literature. It really is. Well, not serious. It's sincere, because that's the whole thing about serious. But I mean, it's sort of like it's sincere literature. There isn't such thing as serious literature, to be honest. I think serious in itself is pretty overstated. I've talked about that, another thing that Alan Watts goes on about. But anyway, leaving that to one side. It's very potent and very important and very healthy, because what his works do is give you an alternative way of looking at things that you take for granted. And he does that right from the beginning. I mean, right from the beginning of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There was so much philosophical good stuff in there, and one that I remember that really stuck with me when I watched the TV series first, and then I read the books, but it was like the world is about to be destroyed, and Arthur Dent and Ford Prefect are in a pub, and just the phrase came up. He said, "Well, do we have time?" You know, and Ford Prefect says, "Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so." And I read when I heard that, it was like, well, that sounds funny, I guess, but it's a bit off, isn't it? I mean, you know, time isn't really an illusion, is it? Well, it turns out that it actually is, in the same way as the wake of a ship is an illusion, because the point being, it's the words, and that's what Zen is about. It's the words. The wake of a ship really has nothing to do with the actual wake of an actual ship. It's a label we stick onto a phenomena. And in the case of time, time only exists when we think about things in terms of time. And then we have a whole language about that. But the reality is, when you don't think about time in terms of time, then time no longer really exists, and the universe itself doesn't really have a concept of time at all. He talks about that as well. It has a concept of rhythm. There are things that beat, there are frequencies, there are things that wobble, and you can analyze that and say there is a time between the peaks. Yes, okay, but you have to understand that that's you. When you say that, you're embellishing what is already there with a thing that isn't actually there. It's our interpretation that puts it there. Fascinating stuff. And that's what Zen is actually about. It's about escaping the trap of language more than anything. I never understood that until I was listening to him. So that's why, you know, when somebody asks you, you know, how, if somebody asks, you know, to do something practical, just trying to think of an example, you know, if you're going to be, well, I'll give you an example. One of the examples that Alan Watts gives is like, you know, there's a Zen master and the student, and they're in a garden or something, and the student asks the Zen master for a knife, and so the master hands the knife to the student, but holding the handle, so it's pointing the knife at the student, right? And the student asks, can you give me the other end, please? And so the master says, what would you do with the other end? And so that the reason why that is, I mean, 'cause you could look at it's sort of like, but what it's doing is it's highlighting the limitations of language. It's a way of pointing out that in the end, the words that we use are not the same thing as the reality that they describe. And we get lost in our words, so that then we are unable to fully appreciate the reality. And it's brilliant stuff. It really is. So looking at things from different perspectives can help you in the same way, you know. And that's what Douglas Adams was really amazing at. I mean, I remember Zaphod Beeblebrox and the total perspective vortex. That was this beautiful. The thing was that in order to punish Zaphod Beeblebrox, who had who had this really ridiculous ego, what they did was they wanted to punish him by showing how small and insignificant he was. If I remember the story correctly, how small and insignificant he was. There was this thing called the total perspective vortex. When you put in that, you would just see in an instant how insignificant and meaningless you are compared to the vastness of the universe. And it would drive people crazy or whatever, you know. This was used as a punishment. So they tried to punish Zaphod Beeblebrox for this. But the problem was, because the total perspective vortex had been specifically created for Zaphod Beeblebrox, the entire thing existed because of Zaphod Beeblebrox, and so this meant that when he went in, instead of getting that, he just saw that in fact he was the entire universe. And it had exactly the opposite effect, and in part because his ego was so big that he was able to do that, or it did that, whatever. That's what I remember from that. You know, these are beautiful things. Or the SEP, somebody else's problem. That is a thing that causes things to disappear. And so someone invented a device that would generate a somebody else's problem field. This would envelop, you could use it to envelop an object and make it disappear, or seem to disappear, make it invisible, because you turn it into somebody else's problem. This is just, oh dear, I need to read the books again, you know. No, it's not minimizing past. No, but what does it mean? Minimizing past efforts? It's not minimizing past efforts. How is it minimizing past efforts? It is minimizing past efforts if you think it is. If you think that's what I'm saying. But that is not what I'm saying. You don't own the past. I've talked about this before, you know, about how you can fall into the trap of doing things and then sort of wanting to feel proud of them. I try not to do that. I don't find that pride really helps. But that's not the same as not valuing or not enjoying or not appreciating. I get a great sense of satisfaction when I do something and it works. When I help solve problems, or help avoid problems, or just help people, or, you know, I write a new song. I go and write a song and think it's absolutely atrocious, and I leave it alone. Then I come back a week later and I go, oh. Because you don't always realise, in fact you rarely realise, the value of a work like that the moment that you've created it. I'm very interested into why, but that's another discussion. And I feel good, and I allow myself to feel good about it, but that's not the same thing as pride. You just say, hey, this is my work. Then you of course know why that would be in my case. I had like a very hard life lesson in that area, but I don't need to feel pride. It's you know, in a sense, pride is holding on to the past, but that's just the way I look at it, you know. You know what, Mike? By looking at things like a ship's wake, it means that everything you do leaves a mark. Right? By thinking of it as cause and effect, is that everything you do decides the next thing that happens. But the problem is everything's too complicated to know what any decision you make will do. So I would actually turn around and say that as far as helping an individual figure out what they should do, taking the view of cause and of effect is really not very helpful, unless it's very clear cut and simple to understand. Like, if I put my hand in the fire, it will get burnt. This is very, it's trivial, it's obvious. And in that situation, yeah, it's true, but it's not useful because it's obvious. When you're looking at things like that are more complicated, like, should I get back into programming? Which career should I have? I'm not feeling so well today. Should I go into work? You've got things that are... You can use your past experiences in order to help decide what you should do, for sure. But you don't know if you're making the right choice. In fact, most of the choices that we make, we don't know the full consequences of them. So it's actually better to not, apart from the trivial, obvious stuff, not cling too much to the idea that wherever you will be in the future, you will be totally bound by the decisions that you make now, because it's not healthy. And in the end, you pick the assumptions that you find useful. If you find one way of looking at it more useful than the other, use the one that's more useful. So I find that, although I do not deny cause and effect as being useful, it's useful for doing certain things. It's useful for using one's experience in making decisions. There is a use to it, remembering that if you do this, it's more likely that this will happen. It is useful for certain things. But is it useful for the situation where you have to go on faith? Is it useful for your journey through life? Which book should you read? What should you spend your time doing? Whether you should go into a relationship with a person that you've met, which is always a scary one. It's like, wow, this is a life-changing thing. Life-changing in a really big way, right? Thinking about cause and effect, when you get to that, not useful. Much more useful to think of the wake of the ship. Yeah, well, it is. That's the thing is, just like wake, you can't change the wake from the ship. The wake set. Just like the past is set. Just don't forget that you're always free to interpret it the other way, that you're not bound by the past if you wish to. And that is how you ensure you still have free will. And it's very healthy to believe that you have free will. Even if it isn't true, it's actually healthy to believe. Yeah. So let's see. Where was I? So it was that deep philosophical whatever. I wanted to make other objects. That was it. So what I'm going to do is drag into... So I know how to do this, I think. We can have a sphere. Yeah, so there's a sphere. It was good to have a sphere. So here's a sphere. And then what I want to do is... I'm on the sphere, and then I can do a right click on it, and there's an option which is, if I remember rightly, convert sphere to static mesh. Well, that could be interesting to look at later at some point, but I actually want to Oh, it's here. Sorry, it's in a weird place. Convert selection to blueprint class. And is a new subclass. And so now I've got a sphere blueprint. Is it scary? Well, again, that's the thing. Is it scary? That's an interesting one. That's a very interesting point that you bring up. It's like that you can remember. There's a chance that your memory will change. And what's scary about it, though? Because you can argue that when that happens, you are changing the past to fit your memory of the past, your interpretation of the past. You're changing it to fit something that fits better with. No, it was perfect wording, because a lot of people are scared by it. No, but a lot of people are scared by it. I kind of understand why. It's because I was just advocating that maybe one shouldn't, but it's like it's because we all feel like we need to have something to cling on to. You know, what can you cling on to? You can cling on to your past. You can cling on to your memories. That somehow, you know, as long as you can cling on to your memories, then everything will be all right. Which, of course, isn't really true. If memory fails you and it causes you a practical issue, that's a different matter, right? It's like, and that's just that's just inconvenient, you know. And yeah, we do record. We write down our thoughts for things that we want to make sure that we remember them correctly. But if it doesn't matter, then what does it matter? It doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter practically, it doesn't matter morally. That would be really twisted, wouldn't it? I feel guilty that I might be lying to myself because my memory of some event changed, but it has no actual consequence. Kind of weird. Well, you have to trust the recording is accurate. That's right. It's best not to go there. And we'll start talking about the Mandela effect. That was weird. The Mandela effect was really odd, because it got me as well. I remember seeing something about Nelson Mandela being alive. And I could have sworn he died. And there's lots of people who think the same thing. It's just that's why it's called the Mandela effect. It's like, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. It just means that people are misremembering something for some reason. And you're free to put whatever interpretation you like on it. So what I've got now is a sphere blueprint. If I double click on that, then this is a blueprint on an object, which is a combination of an object and the actual blueprint. When I can get to the blueprint by doing something I don't remember. How? Event graph. Ah, that's it, yes. And then you can click on the event graph. And this is the event graph for my cube. Event actor begin overlap. Why is that cube didn't have this? That's really weird. All right. Well, anyway, what I'm going to do is I need to look at the cube. The cube. The cube blueprint. Okay. Why do I have this class default? I want my cube blueprint. This isn't the cube blueprint. If I double click on spawn cube, This is a macro. If I double click on this, it doesn't work. Right. Oh shit, I'm trying to remember how this works. It's a while ago that I added the cube. If I go into sphere blueprint, I actually don't need to do anything to the cube blueprint at all. Oh shit! Hang on a minute. Open the level blueprint. Maybe if I go to the event graph. Here I need to add the thing anyway. Let me just do this first while I'll let my subconscious work on it. Sphere. I'll create a new pin for the switch on there. So, and we're making a sphere. We need to set making, part of the protocol here, and then I must have, because I created it, there must now be a spawn. I think sphere, spawn cube. Yeah, spawn cube, it works. Spawn cube. Oh no. Look at spawn cube, it's a macro. I need to use add actor component. Add child actor component. I keep losing where I'm at. Right, event graph. On here, I want to add actor component. It doesn't appear. I've been here before. It's really... I can't remember how I made that before. There we go. I'll figure it out in a minute. What does it mean to be really free? The question only has meaning if there's such a thing when we create the concept of not being free. It's actually really difficult to define it. What does it mean to be free? It's like asking, you know, where does the atmosphere of planet Earth end? There's no actual hard line that defines that. There's no hard line that defines freedom versus not freedom. Free will at a philosophical level is just the question of whether our actions are predetermined or not. That is a different thing, because they are either predetermined or they're not. So if they are predetermined, we live in a machine. If they're not predetermined, then there is something more to existence than machine. Why can't I? How did I get that? Add child actor component. Where did I get this from? How do I get one of these? This is just a macro. I should be able to put it straight into here. Spawn. I really can't remember how I did it. Because I created a cube. Let me save all before I forget. I created a cube blueprint. Open full blueprint editor. You see, there's no blueprint. There's nothing in here. It's empty. I've just forgotten how to do it. Open level blueprint. In the, how do I make one of these? Man. All right. So event graph. What I could do is say paste this here and try to drag off this. Make oh gosh, whatever it was called. Make child actor. So maybe I can make child actor. Oh, I remember. Oh gosh, you drag it in, don't you? Oh, frag. So the thing is that's an example of a totally unintuitive interface. It's like everywhere else you do it, you know, but what you have to do is drag it into the blueprint. Yay. It's weird. And I need to make it a child of the level root. Just nice to do that. And then we could create the child actor as an output. And that is done by using one of these. So the output of this, convert it to a child actor, and this needs to then be added, but I can't. Oh, that's nasty. I can't actually. I have to copy all of this then. That's a bit ugly, but I guess there's no choice. So this connects to here, where it can add this child onto here and also onto the scene list, like so. So that, I think, has added a sphere. Well, it's the thing is the definitions of what good. What's the definitions of what good and evil are? I can only think of a meaningful one as evil unnecessarily stresses people. Good does the opposite. And then it's really easy to understand. Evil causes paralysis, destruction. Destruction in itself isn't inherently evil. If you look at nature, there's a cycle of birth and destruction everywhere. So you have to be careful what one means by destruction. So that gets a bit complicated, but generally it's like if you live your life in a way that you're minimizing the amount of stress that people feel and everything feels, You can go further than people. You can say the stress that animals feel, the stress that all living matter on the earth feels. You know, that surely is good, right? Minimizing the amount of stress, unnecessary stress. And there's always going to be stress, right? Life is not just like this. But if you live your life in a way that you stress people out, that makes people close up, not be open, not grow, be paralyzed, inaction. I think that kind of works, doesn't it? Harmony, yeah. Harmony and disharmony, but just, you know, even those words are a little problematic. Well, Velociraptor, hi, how'd you do? I'm not responsible for Steve Screech. So, actually, the weird thing is that in this case, I probably am. He was. I set his attributes, the attributes of the referee, S Screech, were set to be strict, but I think it's because he wanted that, if I remember rightly. But it is true, you know, the extent of the strictness of Steve Screech in kickoff was a parameter that I tuned. That's complicated. So I could say that was evil of me, but then on the other hand, I can turn around and say, nobody is forcing you to play the game. Yeah, I mean, you choose to stress yourself out. I don't know. Yeah. That was a good one, though. I have to congratulate you. That was a very zen. That was very good. I enjoyed that. RMC, hi. Your brother forced you to play kickoff. How? What did he do? I don't know if we should know. Anyway, I think, as usual, I'm wittering on, but what I think I've done is added the facility for cubes now. And then because it just becomes another object, all of the other functionality of being able to modify it after it's created should probably work. Should be interesting. Let's see if this works. Hit play. Oh, wait a minute. Cancel. Oh, error. Oh, no. What's wrong? Child actor component cannot add, as it has static mobility. Static mobility. Not nobility. How do I change the mobility? Oh, here. I need to make it movable. There we are. Very good. Why does it make that disappear? It's really annoying. Alright. And I can get rid of this thing because I don't need it anymore. Bye-bye. And if I hit play, oh, it's happy now. I'm going to go and do some commands. So hopefully I can now make a sphere. Make sphere. Yeah, not like that. I think start the make sphere. Hey, well, this is, I'm really liking this because I know progress is very slow because I'm spending most of my time talking, but you will note that there's a lot of it working first time, and that's always a good sign. So now I want to make the sphere larger. I can just say scale, say 5 by 5 by 5, apply scale. Boom. That's quite pleasing. Now, I don't apologise, the derailing is part of the fun here. I mean, it is. Tell you what though, I've got a practical issue, which is my feet are cold. Be right back. Hal, can you just look after things while I'm... Thank you. Oh. I wish there were warm slippers. They're not. They're just sort of slippers. They don't have the warmth attribute set. They're also not special slippers. They're not magical slippers. They're just, I think, +2 ordinary slippers. So, yeah, thank you for Velociraptor. I used to be quite proud of that before I gave up being proud. The headlocks. Oh dear. He only needed to ask. Geez. Well, yeah, I mean... Why do they call Cortana Cortana? There's probably... In the Cortana... Oh, I get it. In the Cortana of the Crimson King. Sorry. It's his favourite football game. Not saying that just make you feel good. I used to be proud of things like that before I gave up being proud. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, there we are. Very wholesome then. It's going to turn us all into the... what was it called? I can't remember the name of it now. The mass of zombies. It was gruesome. I think it was in Halo 2. It's just like... The flood. The flood. Take care, Velociraptor. Thanks for tuning in. So I'm able to make a sphere. Let's see. There could be some other things that could be worth making. Cylinder. We might as well. Might as well add them. We can add a cylinder. Let's make it movable cylinder. And then I go to blueprints, and then I convert the selection to a blueprint class. It's a new subclass, and I delete this object, and then I find my blueprints thing. It can't. Is it that these cannot coexist at the same time? Oh, that's weird. Okay, I've got myself my cylinder blueprint, but actually I just need to save that. I don't need to do anything with it. Then here I can go add a pin. Pin is going to be called, here, click, that's it. It's going to be called cylinder. And I need to drag the cylinder blueprint in, and then I need to construct the rest of it. Now, one of the things here is that this, I keep having to repeat this, so I can make this a function. Maybe I'm going to try, but I've got kind of variables in here. It might not like this. I haven't tried to do this before. Oh, it's fine. So it's able to have sort of global variables. I can name this function now is register item. You know, and this is the way to do it. This is incremental refactoring, which is just a great way to work. You don't have to get, you know, programming, you don't have to get it perfect right from the start. In fact, it's actually usually a bad idea to even try. Target, I leave a self. Value, new item. Actually, this was a bit weird that we do that. I need to internalize that. So in fact, what I'm going to do is delete this a minute and then go edit that to make it a little more sensible. Yeah, it was too much. It's like I remember, you know, in Halo, I played Halo 2 all the way through. And my least favourite part of it was the flood. It just kept coming, it kept coming on, and it's just like, oh my god, you know, how many brains do I have to sort of... Jeez. So that remained probably the biggest memory of that game, was that, which is a shame because there was a lot. It was actually fun. I wouldn't have played it all the way through otherwise. So here I have unnecessarily these two inputs, you see. So it won't let me delete it. Why not? Probably because, let's break the link to that. I want to get rid of new item. Will it allow me now? Why not? I want to remove it. And no explanation. Promote to local variable? No, that didn't help. Yeah, that's really annoying. Is there's an X here? Surely this X means delete. No, I can't delete that. Okay, what I'm going to do is copy that, and it's really annoying that you can't. I'm going to have to just delete the thing and then paste that pattern in here. And if I take, I need to be able to join these two things together. So how do I do that? That's really annoying. I suppose I might be able to do this and double click on that. Oh yeah, that worked. And then I can link to this as well. Ah, that works. Then I can select that and I go and say collapse into a function. That's better. Cool. And then I can go to here and rename this back to what I was calling it, which was the register item, not reg sitter, register item. The item has been registered. And we register the item like that. That's all. I can do the same thing up here. And we register the item. Right, this way. Register the item. Okay, so then when I'm building a cylinder, I can do the same. I can paste that in here. I can go register the item. I can try and connect this to this, and it doesn't convert it. Unfortunately, for some reason, in this case, it doesn't do an automatic conversion. You have to manually get the converter to convert that to that. And then this also requires that it's added to the root seam. Yeah, for the cube I put it inside a macro, but I might as well just do it like this. Now that comes from the cylinder like so. I should now have cylinders. Save that. Hit play. We bring up our thing. Here it is. Make the sphere. Make a cube. Make a cylinder. That's a little bit disappointing. Or it could be it made the cylinder, but the cylinder was just, well, it's inside the cube. Position 0, 0, 100. Don't ask me what accent I'm speaking in. I have no idea. And apply. Pause. It was a good guess. There was a cylinder. It was inside the cube. Oh, I can make cylinders. Yay. So let's just keep going. The next one on the list is a cone. Oh, that's funny. I take a cone and I drag it into the scene, but it's in play mode, and then it complains, this has to be movable if you'd like it to move. That's kind of weird. That was more of a cone of shame. If I have that, I can, then I have it selected. I go to the blueprints and convert selection to blueprint class. Now I have a cone, and then I just need to save this and close it, and then I'm back here, and so it's time to add cone. This and here, doop, doop, doop. Still slower than if you were just typing. Cone. We drag the cone in. The Conin. The barbarian. We shall see. Register item. Child actor. Hook it up. We now have support for cones. Well, almost. I just need to hook that into that. We now have support for cones. Save. Play. That's one of the nice things about working in Unreal. It gives me an excuse to use my posh accent. I don't have very many sort of voices, but what I do have is that one, honed over years. When I used to do the voices of various characters of the Jungle Book to my daughter when she was small. The only one that really remains at all, because I'm rusty now, is Sheer Calm, and from there comes the posh voice. You know, it. How delightful. So the great thing about Unreal for streaming is that it gives me an opportunity, an excuse to say actor, which I think is a great way of saying the word actor. I mean, you know, so it's like, oh, is it just actor? It's like, he's an actor. He is an actor. Roll. It's gorgeous sound, isn't it? It's the little things in life that make it worthwhile. Why is there an error? Oh, because I haven't set the mobility. Tone of shame. Forgot to make it movable. Okay. Save. Play. Yes. Quite. Quite so. And I am now able to make cones. So I'm going to test as I go. It's a good idea to test as you go. Make cone. Yeah, that's good enough though. I'm done. It's very unlikely that there's any further problems. That's good enough test. I made the cone. What's the next one? Plane. Plane is a good one. I know I already have a plane, but it's good to be able to make. Well, it's not movable. It's in play mode. No, that's a cone, Dino. What you doing? You want a plane? There we go. You got the plane. Dearie me, it's difficult to get help these days. Removable. And then we go up here and we go to build. No, not build. What are you talking about? That's tiredness. Build. Open. No, this one. Sorry. Yes. So unintuitive, this bit. It just really is. It's movable plane. Over here, I need to save this because it doesn't save it by itself, and then I can drag this into the scene. Aha! And now I can make the next one. Let's just bunch these up a little bit like this, you see. Way up here, we can put that in. And this register item thing. Yes. And we can put it in here. Like so. We need to hook this up. And then we need to add a pin. Add a pin, and the pin is the plane. And the plane is hooked up. And so what we have now is yet more stuff. Let's save that and check the plane functionality. So I can just go in here and do that, and I go the shadow here. I wonder about that. Oh, come on, break out. Yep. Make plane. We're probably not going to see it. As predicted, we cannot see the plane. That's because the plane is in the plane. And so it isn't very plain. To make the plane more plain, we need to put it above the plane. If it's below the plane, we can't see the plane. And if it's in the plane, we can't see the plane. So to be plain, we must make the plane plain by putting it above the plane. Position 0, 0, 100. Apply position. Hang on. It didn't work. Access none. Trying to read property, blueprint, function. Let me just check the graph. It would be the best thing to do right there. When we say we want a plane, it makes a plane 2 component. Oh, I'm missing. There's a link here. You have failed this blueprint. Let's try to save that. And just before I play, I'm just kind of wondering what. Oh, look at this. That little bit of shadow there actually turns out to be the plane that's up here, the one I need to delete. I thought it was really. It looked like it was on the ground, but it was in the air. Well, let's have a look at this. We have a plane coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And I make the plane, and we can see there's a little kind of glitch. It's probably a Z sorting. We have Z sorting because the plane is in the plane. Now if I do pos 0, 0, 100 and I can do apply pos, we can't see the plane because the plane is above the plane but the same color as the plane. You might just be able to make out the plane, but what we can see is the shadow of the plane. Yeah, look at that. What's slightly disturbing, actually it's quite disturbing. In fact, it's a red alert situation as far as, you know, things not working, is I'm still seeing Z sorting issues. Like that flickering is because you've got 2 objects which are directly on top of each other and they're sort of fighting to be drawn. And problem is I moved the plane. The plane, again, is up here. So I don't think it's the same plane, which means I now have two planes. But I only made one plane. This is a little troubling. I need to understand that. It looks like a glitch. If I do make plane position 1100, 1100, 0. Maple plane? What's a maple plane? Didn't understand that. So I can't move the arrow back. I can delete it, and that works. Pos 1100, 1100, 0. No, not here. What's going on? I don't understand. There is a problem. Let's stop and play again. And then I'm going to try executing this command again. So I'll put that there. Now that should have put the plane somewhere away. But it's actually in the middle. Middle? Certainly the middle. That was Car from the Jungle Book. I couldn't resist it. I said the middle. It's actually the conversation with Shere Khan. Now, how about the middle? Why is it in the middle? It shouldn't be in the middle. So I've got to just figure this out till it works. And if I try saying make cube and position as such, look, it did make the cube and it put it somewhere else, and there isn't a cube also in the center. So it's something peculiar about. Why is it won't let me move? What's wrong with this interface? Gee. What? Mouse? My mouse is not behaving itself all of a sudden. It's going all very weird. Hang on. Mouse. What would be causing that? Something's going on with my machine. I have met the Oliver twins. I can't remember which one. I met them on some occasions. Yeah, I never really struck up any meaningful conversation with either of them. This is really annoying. I have a sudden mouse atrophy here. You see that? It's weird, it just gets stuck. Now that would normally suggest there's something going on with well, something or other. I'm going to... Maybe my PC is about to die. I don't know. Yeah, I've not really had much success in my interactions with other notable people in the industry. I don't know. Really weird. Can't really say that. You'd think there'd be a little club of notable people in the industry. Or maybe there is, but I'm not a member, you know. Oh God, I just want to move this mouse to close down Unreal. Look at this. This is weird. It's like the closer I get to the X, the more it oh, and then it sort of makes it. Has somebody hacked my PC and is playing games with my mouse? It's like it seems to be getting worse, doesn't it? Hang on a minute. Oh, for a moment there. It might be to do with the battery in this mouse. I'm guessing that's it, because I'm using rechargeable batteries, and they might behave strangely. Normal batteries. Yeah, this wireless mouse is great. I like it a lot. It's a really good mouse. Really, really, really good wireless mouse. It's one of my favourites. Really works well. It's an Advent. It costs like $5. And doesn't lag. It doesn't have any lag. I never have any trouble with it. Gosh, sorry about that. It's funny how crinkly things sort of make microphones go crazy. It's all the high frequencies that I can't hear anymore. I'm going to try put a traditional pair of batteries. I was right. It was the batteries. Lesson learned. But you see, it was strange because normally they don't sort of die that way. Well, I was only using them because I didn't have any AAAs. I mean, I wouldn't have any proper AAA batteries, would I? Being an indie game developer, well, I guess I'm not an indie game developer anymore. And it's perhaps now totally appropriate for me to have AAA batteries. No.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. How are you? Are you all right? Don't answer that. So, right. Now that I've recovered my mouse, why won't it let me delete this? Because I'm that's why. Right, there we go. And then So we've got this mystery thing of mystery thing relating to making planes. That is very odd. AAA batteries. Pro dev batteries. Professional development batteries. I do find it funny though. Nobody knows what a double A title is. Or a single A title. Hey, we're working on an A title. We're working on a double A title. I did sort of think, like 20 years ago, I did think, eventually we'll have quadruple A video games. Quadruple A video games, because everything else grows. Screen resolutions grow, memory grows, CPU cycles grow. Well, now it's not really anymore. It's more cores grow. Got to have more cores. Everything grows in size, But I ask you, AAA is still AAA. Yeah, I don't think this is sustainable, frankly. I missed something out, haven't I? Oh, I did. I missed out the transform. Yeah, I did. I missed out the transform. The funny thing is that all of these, that would explain it. Actually, why do I need to set making? What does that do? There was a reason for clearing. It's clearing making. What was the reason for that? I don't think there is a reason for that. Right, I'm taking that off because I don't understand that. If that was a mistake, I will find out, right? But it also because I don't really want to put those in every single one of these cases. I haven't been. So the other thing then is that this block here, this is all to do with the initial transform of the thing that we're creating. I'm actually going to go and turn this. Can I expand the node? Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, that's neat. So I can just put this in the same format as the others. Oh, Game Developers Union. Wow. You see, the problem with the Game Developers Union is that just in the same way as the video game industry started with game developers and then got taken over, game developers lost control of the industry pretty early on. If video game developers set up a union, it would lose control of the union. I mean, in the same way as that was video game developers set up the GDC originally, and then video game developers lost control of GDC, I believe. It became a commercial thing. So my fear of unions is that they become, what they tend to do is they become a thing that has an existence of its own and then protects its own existence, and so then forgets, a bit like governments is the same thing, and then they forget that their purpose is actually to serve, and they protect themselves, and the end result is a loss of control. And I might be a bit cynical here, but I just can't see how that wouldn't happen eventually, and then we'd be back to where we started. You would see some of that in the Independent Game Developers Association. It became a political organisation that then was never comfortable with calling, companies out over crunch and stuff like that. But I think it's a little improved now. I don't know. I'm kind of looking at getting back into the IG. Well, I'm a lifetime member of the IGDA, but it's like I was looking at. The thing is, they don't have a special interest group for engineering. I'm sorry for laughing. It's just like, really? And the organisations always start with good intentions, but I'm a bit too cynical about it. I think we need to do something, but I'm not sure that a union is the best way to go about it. I was thinking more like industry bodies. They've tended to be be better behaved, I think. Standards bodies, things like IEEE. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. It's like, what do we need programmers for? Why do we not? Why? Why do we need programmers when we've got blueprints? Hey, you're watching me programming with blueprints. It's absolutely the same. Except that it might be that my blueprints are... I'd hope they'd be sort of somewhat better organised due to experience than if I didn't have that experience, right? But who knows? I can't really recommend it, to be honest. It's very difficult to identify what they actually do. Which might sound that might be a bit harsh, but maybe they have helped. Though they're also the other problem with it is that it is a very American focused organization. Look, you can pick that point that just looks nice. That's a nice curve. I imagine that you can spend hours just making your blueprints look pretty. Why is one of these out of... Oh, because this again, I think that's a bad idea. And it spoils the clean sheet, sleek lines of my design. There we are. Let's see if that works. We'll save it. Okay, take care, Tropical. Thanks for tuning in. And I'm going to make my plane. Hopefully it works now. And we don't get anything going on down there. But what it's probably doing is creating lots of planes. The reason why a second plane appeared was because probably I hadn't got that thing that clears. Yes, because when I set a position, the reason for clearing it is otherwise when I run a command, a single line command setting position, for example, it will also then end up making another cube. But I don't want to put here every single case that I clear it. I want to put the clearing of it here. But if I clear it here, then it won't be available here for the switch. So I've got to do a silly thing. I need to have a temporary variable. I'll call this temp string, and I've got now something called temp string that's a boolean. That's really annoying. A temp string that's a string, and what I need to do is take that temp string and go here, and we're going to set temp string to whatever the value of whatever was making. That was, yeah. So I have to get making, and we put that into temp string as the first thing that we do, and then the second thing that we do is we clear making. That will clear it, but now we've got a kind of cached or copied version of making before we cleared making. Yeah, and this is going to get confusing because you can see this comes from here. And it's like, well, that comes from here and that's over here. And we're clearing it over here. No, changing it here. If I cleared it here, it would actually change the value here as well because it's all the same value. So what I need to do is this now. No, that's wrong. What I need to do is this now. That's better. And this. So that little mess, cluster of three things, all that does is clear making after copying making, and it uses the copy of making before it was cleared in order to do the switch. And that should fix that problem. I'll try save. Now the test for this was to go in and make a plane with a default. We make the plane, and there you can see the Z sorting thing going on. So, okay. The next thing we need to do is attempt to move. So I'm going to move that plane upwards, or maybe move it that way, minus 1,100. Actually, it's enough to do minus 600, I think. Comma 0, comma 0. Oh, well, there we go. That's wrong. Because I was only setting a new position, should not have created a plane. It created the plane. Why? Why did you do this? I didn't ask you to do that. Yet you did it. Yeah, it's almost as... oh, right. That's why. Instead of clearing making, I set making to making. That's really nonsensical. Yeah, right. Now it is setting making to nothing. Let's save this. And we hit play. And off we go again. And we make the plane. And we have the Z sorting, and we set the position to minus 600, and that's great. It hasn't moved the plane yet, but it's ready to move it. And I do apply pos, and it should move, and that's all perfect. That all works now. Okay, right, so that little hiccup over, we can then continue the list, because I've got plane creation. Oh, box trigger and sphere trigger. Oh, you spare me. I'm not a great fan of triggers. I consider them to be quite ugly. It's like I always feel like there's a better way than using a bounding box trigger. Like, why doesn't one use a system where you trigger on closest approach by use of a mathematical, thing? Can we have things that work with dot products? I guess that's the problem. It's like often you want, when you're programming triggers in the real world, as opposed to in the world of Unity and Unreal, or let me put it this way, if you're a programmer and you're doing triggers, you do things in a different way that's actually more robust, and is not a volume that you check if you enter, because that's just so crude. I'll give you an example. Is that if you want to know if you pass between 2 points, or if you pass through a plane, I mean, going into a cube or out of a cube, it just feels so crude. But what you want often is just to know if you pass through a plane. So this would be a thin trigger, and it's triggered when there is a passage through. And you can do that quite easily with a little bit of maths. Not complex maths. You just use a dot product. You want to know which side of a plane you are. You can do that with a one-line dot product calculation. It's not hard to figure out which side of a plane you are. It's trivially easy. And then you can do other things to understand if you're inside a polygon, or if you're inside a square or a triangle. It's actually quite easy as well. And you can do that with cross products and dot products one way. So it's like I would love to. I mean, maybe now they have them. I don't know, but I would love a trigger that is actually a polygon. So it's a number of points connected together, and if you pass through those points, the trigger happens. And I suppose in the end people construct that idea by using a trigger cube, making it thin. But I hate that, because it's thin. If you want to just have a transition through a plane, you need it to. The right way to do that is to make that plane infinitely thin, because that's what you want. Which if you make your collision box thin, then you're going to jump across it, and it won't trigger. It won't trigger reliably, or you need to make sure that it's thick enough that if you're not traveling, that it'll have no problems even if you're traveling at the maximum speed. People set up their levels with that, and then the game parameters change and they speed up the speed of things, and then suddenly the triggers don't work, and then you have to go through the level and change the width of the width of your all these triggers, and it's just wrong. You want to know if you walk through a door. There's a much better way than trying to use a volume, but the trigger volume. But all the engines use trigger volumes, and people only think of using trigger volumes. And there's my little rant over on trigger volumes. I've got a rant on everything, haven't I? Right. So at this point, this is now able to construct and manipulate different primitive types. We have cubes, spheres, cylinders, and cones and planes. Why do you find planes hard to work with? Just curious. Because they're square. I mean, I was saying ideally you'd want to be able to specify any shape by using like a set of points. Question is, did you pass through these points? So I wonder. I think colour is going to be important. And so for this I need to be able to assign materials, but I want to be able, you see, that's the other problem. I want to be able to specify any colour. I suppose I could look for a shader that does. Yeah, okay. Oh no. I've already created. This is where the game engines really irritate me, because I've created all of these things here. I need to assign material shaders to these. I don't want to have to sit here and assign the material to each one. And actually it's pointless, because I change the colour, I would have to change the material. I might not, no, I won't have to change the shader, but I have to change the material. So I'm going to leave them without a material. I need to assign the material at runtime. It means I need to make a material first of all and test out assigning a material. That's what I'll do. So I'm going to create a material. So we go over here and you look for material in this list down here, and you go, I can't see where there's and then you realise there's this really big material up the top. It's not really much help, to be honest, but I'm going to call this colour with a British U. And we double click on this, and what we get is this empty shader. And the interface for this is a bit weird. So this is what you'll do when you get here. You go and say, oh, I want to assign a colour to this thing. You go like this, and you go, make colour. And it's like, there's one. You type in colour in English, and it does nothing appears. Colour in American, and you look, and you've got desaturation linear to sRGB. So how do you make a colour? And you're there, and you go, how do I make a colour? I don't get it. Normally, when you're using these things, you just go. It looks like a blueprint. You go and you look for the thing you want to do to create the thing, and this is racing through your mind, and you just, and out of desperation, eventually, I don't know what to do. You right click on one of these, and it says promote to parameter, and then you go, what does that mean? And you go and click on it, and boom, you've created a color. Spare me, please. Oh, where to begin? It's like that. The way you create a color is by right-clicking on. And you want it? Can you break the link? Yeah. So there's absolutely no reason why I couldn't have just had something. It's like, and this is called base color. That's really weird. What's this red, green, and blue do? Oh, you can get separate colors out. Well, double click on this. I'm going to get. You want to watch a sad piece of not API UI work. Here, like I click on this, and this. Oh, that's fine. The only problem is that. It's not changing. That's actually because I haven't hooked it up. So I'm just going to hook this up to that, which looks like an execution path, but isn't. And then, all right, I double click on that. Okay, I want to choose my color. It recompiles the shader every time you move this thing. I mean, look how many. It just moved like this. It's actually recompiled to 25 shaders. Or 10, I don't know. A bunch of shaders. Every time you move this, it's like, are you serious? So it doesn't really help in sort of picking your color, because your only guide to the color that you're doing is this little swatch here, this thing. And it just, that, if you look at that, it doesn't tell you anything about how it would look here. You really want this to move in real time. That just seems crazy to me. I mean, really irritating. But the other thing then is also this. I'm going to move this here, and right, this is you ready? This is for a Pink Panther moment. Now, Pink Panther moment. I'm developing code words for various things. Pink Panther moment is it's a bit like, well, if you ever watch the Pink Panther, there's often this gag. It's things like the hose. You know, he's trying to water the garden, and he goes with the hose, and as he starts to try to water the garden, the hose sort of turns off. So he goes back and he turns it on, and he goes and it turns off, and he keeps doing that. And then he looks down into the thing, and then of course it turns on and hits him in the face, right? And we all laugh, and it's that kind of slapstick humour of cartoons. So I'm going to demonstrate if the behaviour is the same as I witnessed before. Maybe it isn't. But so you go here and you, well, it's, oh, why aren't you moving? Why aren't you moving? Come on, please. Oh, it moved. It's working now. And oh, come on. I had to drag this off the end here. What is going on? And then eventually you figure out, you go and just click in the middle. The middle? Certainly the middle. And I know this, I'm just demonstrating it, but it's like that thing. We get this a lot with our interfaces these days. You click on something and it doesn't move. That is so annoying. So utterly annoying. That is just like, I can't stand The funny thing is that's not exactly hard to fix. But you know, life is made of small things. Small things are important. Attention to detail and all that. You know. I'm going to use this colour. Oh god, that as well. It's like that reminds me of web pages. What I just did. Oh god, I'm doing this again. Right. So I go there and I set this. I say, oh, that turn off and then back. It doesn't even if it just kept the colour and changed it, because there's a problem, which is that when you make a small adjustment, you'd like to see how the colour adjustment is different from the colour that was there before. But if the whole thing just disappears like that, you lose the reference for making small changes. It's really annoying. But you know, but in the end, I do that, and then get caught again. I do that, and pick a good colour. I mean, you know, it's like, no, that's not the one. No, this one. I want to find a nice one. Okay, that will do. And then I'm there, and then I click on OK, and then it's like web pages these days, especially on a mobile phone. It's sort of like, oh no, we've got to redraw it again. It's just, I mean, have you noticed that at all? It's like these days, it's like you go to a web page and it's like you start reading it, and then suddenly it all shifts down like this because a message pops up that says, "We use cookies." I was like, oh gosh, all right. So you close the thing, and then the text sort of moves up here, and then you're reading it, and then some image loads, and it goes and pops down here, and you just like, flip it. Can you just let me can they design these things so that when the text is displayed, it stays in the same place while the person is reading it? Can that be too much to ask? It's actually, yeah, like silver paper on fillings. Yeah. And it's like these things are important because, especially these days, we're increasingly living our lives online. So why should we want to live our lives in a mess? You know, I don't think we should. I think it's important. But anyway, I've got this thing, which incidentally now looks absolutely nothing like the colour I picked. At all, because the lighting is different in this window to the window that was up there, and it's just like, so then I say, you know what, I don't really like that shade, and you go and open it up there and you go, so maybe I need to turn this around. So you turn this around and you're looking for and saying, well, what position makes it the same? And then you find that there isn't a position that makes it the same. There is absolutely no position in here that gives the same effect as the one in here, which means that basically the preview was a waste of time. Or this preview is a waste of time. Closes that. So the issue that I've got now is that I want to assign this material, which is whatever color it is, I need to assign it to, maybe open up that blue level blueprint. I need to assign it to the object, and so then I need to figure out how to do that with blueprints. And well, then I can add that as a kind of an attribute that needs to be added in here as well. So the ideal would be to go in here and you do color. that whole thing about privacy and that the websites have to warn you and it's a legal requirement that they do was so nuts. You end up spending all day clicking on this thing. And it's like, what's the point? Everybody knows. And nobody reads it anyway. You know, it's just, there's the road to hell paved with good intentions again. Assign. Now, let's look for the word material. Oh, look, context sensitive has started again for some reason. Draw material to render target. Set effect material. Static mesh. Add material. Well, how do I set the material? I'm going to try looking this up, but that's going to be probably not fun. New window. Right, so Unreal. You know, I'm so tired of typing Unreal blueprints. I'm going to add a button to my iPad, which I haven't used yet today. Tap to connect. Connect it. I've connected it. Let's edit the panels. I'm going to add no, you know what? Let's duplicate this one. There we go. And this is going to be called Unreal Blueprints. Or just Blueprint. Unreal Blueprint. And when we operate that, it's going to type Unreal Blueprint. We're going to save that, close that, done. And now I can just go and do Unreal Blueprint. And what are we going to look for? Unreal Blueprint. Assign material to I don't know, actor. I don't know, because I don't know what the architecture expects. How can I put different materials on the same blueprint act? No. How set material? Okay, set material. Set material. Yeah, I could swear that I looked for that. Changes the material applied to the element to an element of a mesh. So I need to get a mesh. The child actor. Yeah, this starts to get gnarly. Let's try it here. If I take this off to that, I can go. Set material. Ah, well, I've got that there. Yeah, but it didn't like. Can I take this to this? No, an object reference is not compatible because we've got to get our mesh, I guess. Character, get mesh. But we're not a character. Are we? We really are not a character. What we are is an actor. Mesh. Whenever I say mesh, I always think of Star Trek Discovery for some reason. Mesh. The Klingons. Character, get mesh. All right, let's move the topic to Unreal Blueprint. Get mesh from actor. Try to get a static mesh component from an actor class. Of course. Instead of searching get static. Instead of searching for get static when you're dragging off your cast, try searching for get homing target, as that's what you named the static mesh inside your actor. Really? Let's have a look. If I open up my blueprint, it must have a static mesh. Create blocking volume. But it doesn't say what the static mesh is. Actor, tick, replication, rendering, collision, input. I didn't know that I can make it receive input right here. Materials. Where do I get the mesh? I was not looking forward to this bit. Oh, right. Okay. No. Set and get. How do I get an actor static mesh? Try this. That's C++. There is a static mesh component. It should be part of the get static mesh. Wow. I don't know why that didn't show up before. I could swear I tried that. The child actor. No! Actor object reference is not compatible with static mesh component object reference. No. How about if I go with here? No. This is a static mesh component. Oh, so we're in the land of object orientated stuff. Hey Mike, are you going to bed? I feel like I'm going to bed, even though I'm still here. It's like I'm probably leaving soon. It'd be nice if I've just got a solution to this. I know, it's just this. I'm trying to, because this, I hate this. This is not fun at all, you see. This is where you have to struggle. This is like those cryptic adventure games that nobody could solve. I made one of those once. It's frustrating, and I keep looking for the cheats, you know. So I know that in order to get the static mesh, I need a static mesh component. Well, you know, maybe what I can do is go to the child actor and do, let's look for component. Get child component. Get num child component. Get owner. Get parent component. Is component being destroyed? Move component to pin scene components. Components. Get beam. Target point. Particle system. I don't want. No, that's under effects. Ah, okay. Get pin. Let's look for the word mesh. Camera component. Get mesh. Control point. Pawn. Enable. Default pawn. Enable editable mesh. FBX import data. Functional AI test. Instance static mesh component. Instance static mesh component. Get instance end cults. That no. Magic leap stuff. I'm not interested in magic leap stuff. I'm not doing magic leap. Get used instance static mesh. Get used with what's get used mean? Read the value of read a valuable yeah. Mesh component. Okay. Right. So what we'll need to look at here. Get static mesh component from actor Unreal Blueprint. Trying to get a static mesh from an actor class. So we have to go past the first one. Instead of try searching, no, I already did that one. The thing is, I don't know what the name of the thing is. How to turn an actor class into a static mesh reference. Oh my god. Yeah. Maybe use components by class, the other thing, set and stuff and more random stuff on Reddit, which is another site that does my head in. How to turn an actor class into a static mesh reference. Okay, let's Reddit again. Waste of time. Mesh generation, Unreal, trying to static mesh thingy, Unreal merging meshes, convert. I think I'm going off on what page am I at now? I'm on the second page. No, that's not good. I just want to assign. Maybe if I come from here, I don't know, get component, get child get num, get parent. Mesh. Character get mesh. Mesh component. All right. Let's try it like this. Get mesh. Not procedural mesh or skeletal mesh or skinned mesh, but static mesh. Let's set static mesh. Oh, I hate this. You've got set static mesh, but no get static mesh. Oh, wait a minute. No, I only need no. I'm not changing the mesh. I need to get the mesh to get the material. I have set material requires a primitive that I cannot go from that to that. I cannot go from that to that either. Would this static mesh work there? No, it was an assumption. Even if I got that conversion to work, this doesn't mean a thing. I need to get... I do an element of a mesh. Do I need to get from this to this? Object reference is not... Actor offer object reference is not compatible with primitive component object reference. Primitive component. Yeah, jeez. It's a lot of gets. Primitive component object reference. It's always the same. I knew this would be pain. Well, it's funny, if you've got a pawn, you can get the mesh component. My word, this is convert, what was it? Actor object reference to primitive component object reference. How do I get how to get actor's primitive component? Get components by class. Yes, that's what I was looking for. All right. Okay. I'm willing to give it a go. Oh, well. Get components by class. There it is. Ah, I should have found it. Dear me. Oh. I mean, it was obvious. Get components by class. Can I? Will it pick it itself? Please, just pick it. No, it won't pick it itself. What about if I drag it this way? When you check, no, it won't configure itself. It won't. Get components by class, and the class that I want, I have to manually look up. It's this one. Primitive component object reference. Scroll, scroll, scroll some more, and more scrolling. Primitive. I have to pick it. Oh, I could type it in. Yeah. And it's probably not going to be in the. Oh, there is one called primitive component. The return value is an array of primitive component object references. Yeah, so that's not. Ooh, that is compatible. Okay, element index 0. Oh, I've made progress. Look at that. Now, we take this and oh no, of course I can't. What was I thinking? I mean, you know, I can drag a primitive right into here. That's okay. You know, you've got your primitive, you drag it into Blueprint. There you are. You can make one of them. You know, you'd think you'd be able to drag a material over there so that you could just sort of connect this to the material, wouldn't you? Of course, what you can do is it will allow you to drag it into here. And now it's set and hardwired. But I don't want it to be hardwired. Oh, it will do for now. I was looking for how you would set that at runtime. But it's good enough for my purposes. What we'll do, save that. I'm going to attempt to make a cube, and all of this path I've just been taking is just, I don't know, don't congratulate me yet, it's not working yet. It should make the cube blue. If it makes the cube blue, then the cube will have something in common with me. Make cube. I knew it. You know, I knew it. I knew it. My heart, I knew it. Wasn't going to work. Oh, that's the reason why, is because I've got this line of codes dangling in the middle of nowhere with nothing attached to it. Hang on, I need to add a piece of spaghetti. Here we go. Right, we try this again. Play, go here, we go, right. Make cube. Oh, I have a color cube. Yay. Hallelujah. I do want to question some things, little things though. Notice here how it looks in the preview, and then look how it looks in the action. It looks nothing like it looks in the preview. I mean, I just said that, and we'll just leave it there. It's not for me to figure out, but yeah. All right, what this means is that I now have a way of assigning at runtime thing is, I have to repeat this every time. Which is kind of annoying. All right. What I'm going to do is this pair here is ripe for the collapsing into a macro, maybe. Oh, it won't let me. Oh, wait a minute. I was playing. Collapse into function. And the name of this function shall be assign material. And then I can copy and paste this. Assign material. Assign material. Assign material. Assign material. No. Glamorous life being a programmer. Any of these built will now be this, whatever that color is. Be great if I could just get something dynamic here, because I've got the color. I need to be able to change the color. Oh, tragedy. Because every one of these needs their own material. I could, well, well, every time I set a color, I can create a material. So there is a question of how to. Hey, Mark, how you doing? Good to see you. Yes, it's because I put things. I'm putting things into functions. Register item is this, for example. Not very complicated, but yeah, it's getting tidier. I'm practically sleep coding. Yes, it's the. It's whenever, you know, when I start working on a project, on a part of a project where I'm going, I'm not going to enjoy this much, and then I start slowing down. That's where I am. It would be really good to be able to set up a material. All right, I'll figure out how to connect them together later, but what we need to do now is have a way of providing a color. Oh my. So I'm thinking about the API for colors. Right, once I've done colors, then I think I'm done. Really close. I do want color. Now, how to figure that out is how's the API going to specify the color? I could have color as a vector of 3 numbers and then sort of do it that way. And I have a command like any other, which is color. Problem is that every time I produce an object, it will make a specific material for it unless I share the materials. I suspect that if I try to create a single material for each object, well, that would be the easiest way. Is there a problem with that? No, I think as long as I can produce a dynamic material. For that, I need to copy a material. Okay, I think I've decided what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with a colour. Oh, come on, if I click here, there we go. So in colour, what I'm going to do, I'll call this COL. We need to create a new variable. Colour. And then we go and this guy. No, can't do that. I actually need to pull this color out. Set color. That's not going to work. Color is a boolean, but color should be a string. So now let's try this again. We're going to set the color. Okay. This is the into there like that. This goes into there like that. And this goes into there like that. So now I will have a variable set the color, and this is just going to be ready for when we create the object, and it will instead of assigning this material, I need to make a copy of the material and assign a material with a modification, apply the color which I can get from there. So in order to do that, I know I've got assigned material. I need to but I made this a function, didn't I? Yeah, let me expand this. I'm gonna have to expand this because the material here needs to be, I need to get this material from somewhere. So I am back to that question. That's why, yes. Now that's why I wanted to drag this into the scene, because I need to have a reference to this material. It won't let me do that. Maybe there is a get material. Oh, here we go again. No. Wait a minute. I saw it. Oh, come on, type. Get material. It was under rendering. No. How? Oh, geez. Okay, right. I need to now go and have a look at the documentation. Get a reference to a project material Unreal Blueprint. Knew it wouldn't. Why is it such a mess? Well, documentation, referencing assets. Oh, and it's a C++. I knew it was going to be a C++ thing. I created a material, but there is already a material, isn't there? It may be possible for me to get the material from the object. Maybe. Maybe. Come to think of it. Static mesh, get material. Can this go to this? No. The get material takes a static mesh object reference. But I've got a pattern I can follow now. Maybe this. What I need to do is convert this to a static mesh. This is everything I hate about object-oriented programming. Static mesh object reference. Static. Probably not even going to be there. Static mesh component. Static mesh object reference. Maybe. Oh, it went away. Get static maybe this static mesh component. There is a conversion, so we can go from a static mesh component to a static mesh component object reference. This took a primitive component object reference. This is a static mesh actor object reference. So maybe here I can look for static. No. I do have this that takes a mesh component object reference. This, all right. So then if I delete this, right, there's this conversion that this takes a static mesh component object reference. This is already a static mesh. Maybe. No. Array of static mesh component object reference is incompatible with. Oh, we're getting close. Jeez. Break this. Break this. I need to take that. This needs to become get where's the array? Array. Oh dear. Get debug act there Panic. It was one of these things, wasn't it? I used them in here around in the parsing. It's called this. I want to copy that. And I want to come back over here and I want to can never paste that way. This get If I'm right, I can connect this to this. That's correct. And then I'm going to get the first element of this, which goes into this, which gets the material. So there we go. What a mess. And this set material, because the return value here is the requested material, and there I'm now able to set the material. It's setting the material to the material it got. So now I need to modify the material. I need to copy the material. So now I need to find out how to copy a material. All I want to do is color them. Copy. There's lots of copies. Material instance parameters. Close, but no cigar. I don't want to do that. Copy. Oh dear me. Clone. Could always call it clone. Okay, clone. Clones. Copy material. Unreal. Make new material Unreal Blueprint. Please be blueprints. Please be blueprints. Oh no, this is not blueprints. Is it? If you do the parameter and the material thing, yeah, this is manually creating them. How to create materials totally within blueprints with 3 exclamation marks. Base material or master material must be created before, but later you can change everything with code. Create dynamic material instance. Suppose I could try that. Create. It doesn't exist. It's so frustrating. Create was that create dynamic? Maybe I didn't say create. Sorry, that was a brain thing. It does exist. Create dynamic material instance. To create a dynamic material instance, we need to have a return value is a material instance dynamic object reference, and it takes a primitive component object reference. Primitive component object reference. What does it need that for? create dynamic material instance is different. There's only one parent. It's different. Create dynamic material instance. Create dynamic material instance. They changed the API. Target self. Element index 0. Source material. Okay. Right, this bit here is when it assign register item, assign material. So when we register the item, after we register the item, we get the material from the same object. I think this effectively clones the material. I've now got a new material. Oh. Okay, come on, unit. Set texture parameter value, base color. That's a good one. That's what I want to do. And I'm looking for set texture parameter value. Okay, we're going to set parameter texture value. And that was the parameter name is base color. Oh, I hope that's all right. And right, so that's to set this of that, where the base color is this, which I want to actually create a color. I bet you there's color. Can I have a color? Look, I just want to put a color in. Color. Set brush color. Make get color. What did it have in that example code? It doesn't say. Oh, the value is this. What? No, I just want a color. That's not. Oh. What does this take? A texture object reference. I don't want to assign a texture to it. Oh, it's a texture parameter value. That's wrong. No. We'll write in C. Write in C. Write in C. And in C. When you can't see anymore. Write in C. Because I mean, look at this. Oh man. This is admittedly this nightmare of this figuring out the API is just the same as programming, by the way. That's what you do when you're programming in C. Set texture parameter. Now I didn't want to set the texture parameter. I want to set something else parameter. That's a bad example. It was for, you know, base color. It was like set material, set color parameter. Oh, that was cruel. It's a set color parameter, but it's for something called Niagara. Set shader. Oh my word. But it can just color with a vector parameter. Base color texture. Oh, right. Okay, that's my ignorance here. Base color. But it can, just reading this, it said it can color. I could just say color, apparently, allegedly. So yes, because the type changes according to the parameter. And we go, no, the value is it still a texture object reference? That's wrong. That isn't what he said. He said that if I make this thing color, then it should be a vector. Oh, no, 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 it's a lie. In this example, it set base color texture with, but can be just color vector parameter. You know, it's like you get so close, but I look at this and it's set texture parameter value. I'm looking for parameter. Audio class, mesh component, movie, system, motion, rendering material, set, vector. Oh, okay, that was what I was looking for. Ah, I understand it. What he was saying now. Why is there two set vector parameter values? I have no idea. But this is what he meant. There is a function called set vector parameter value. This because it's for setting any parameter. We call the parameter value. This takes a vector. And I think I've got make vector actually exists. Fortunately, you know, because I mean, at some point, you know, they had to give in to the point that you need to actually be able to sort of make things. So here I am at last. And future is now. Exactly. There's something on the roof tonight. Right. So what this is doing here, I just want to point something out, that all of this I'm doing here is just to try and change the color. I did say it was going to be hell. Okay. I set the vector parameter value, which means that now I have a where's the output? Right, yeah, the output is this return value. This is modifying this thing, but if I have to take this and use that, so there was set material, which I think I tested before. So this, no. What's this take? Primitive component object reference. Oh, wait a minute. Get material. Oh, wait. Break the link. We go from here. It's really weird because this set vector parameter value is modifying this, and so it the chain is like painful. This will go through to this. So after setting the parameter value, it then goes to this stage where the material element index 0 is going to be assigned to the primitive component object reference, which is one of these. Oh. Yes, of source material static mesh object reference. Oh, but this needs to be a oh, how did I get that before? Get components. Oh no. Right. Okay. So we need some more. Yes. Okay. I think this has to come back to get components by class. We need another one of these. This is just a reminder. We're just trying to change the color. I'm just change the color of an object. This doesn't work. Why? It's not compatible. Oh, because it's the wrong one. It's get components by class, and they were whatever this wants, which is a primitive component object reference. Primitive component object reference. Just want to point out there's 4 nouns in a row. Okay, 4 nouns in a row. Primitive component object reference. Object orientated programming at its finest. Primitive component object reference. So this needs to be, I've got to go and look this up. Primitive component. Come on, nearly there. Primitive component. It doesn't say object reference because it doesn't need to, because this only says primitive component, I think. Yes. Then I'll get component class. I need to feed an actor object reference. And the actor object reference is one of these, isn't it? Yes, it is. This has to go all the way up here and over to here, like so. Ching. Right, so just to be clear, everybody, this mess, oh, painful. This mess here, this whole mess right here is an attempt to make it yellow. It's changing the color. Let me save that. It's a monstrosity. I don't even want to go through it. I just want to try. If I make a cube and this cube appears yellow, if I try to make a cube and the cube appears yellow, that would be amazing. Three, 2, 1. Oh, what anticlimax that was. I've got to be in the there. Let's try again. Oh dear. Make cube. No, it stopped. Why? It's not playing. Why is it not playing? Because there was an error. I missed that. Oh man. Okay, what's the error? As this thing pops up as if it's very important but never provides any useful information. What does it not like? Error. The blueprint self is not a primitive component. Okay, so all right. So in other words, this is, if it wasn't complicated enough, that has to, no, array of primitive component object references. Oh my gosh. Hang on. This, will this go there? That did. I need to get the first one because this returns an array. Oh no, it doesn't like that either. Look, this is returning an array of primitive object component references. This takes a primitive reference. This must go to here. Oh, that time it liked it. All right. It's running. You know, I have passed. I have got the blessing of the authorities. I have. Right. Okay. If this cube appears yellow, that would make it all worthwhile, the pain. Because one does not simply make a yellow cube. It's black. Maybe it's just a dark yellow. Oh, I know what's wrong. These cubes do not have, these shapes do not have the right kind of material on them. It's a basic shape material when I need to put a color material, this guy. Can I drag this in? I'm going to try. Can I drag that to that? I have no idea what that does, so that's right. All right. Double click on this one. No, what are you doing? That's not what I want. I want this. I don't want that. How do I get back? The cube blueprint. Viewport. Like that, I think. Go. That was a disaster. Cube blueprint. Oh, here. No, that's the cone blueprint. How do I get back to the other thing? Construction script, event graph, viewport. This thing, however I got there, I don't know. There. It's just sort of do random things until it works. Save all. Right, so now I wonder what happened when I try this and I hit play and I connect and I say the magic incantation, make cube. Oh, come on. Oh. Give me a break. There ain't no color. There ain't no color in this cube. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe it's because I'm a noob. Boom, boom, boom. Ain't no color in this cube. I don't know what to do. It's like okay. Let's try not setting the material. If I break that, oh, come on, I'll stop the execution, break the link to the material, hit play, switch to the terminal, connect, make cube. Still black all of a sudden. I'm not even modifying the cube and it's still... Oh, wait a minute. Let's break this link here. I have to stop. Break the link here. Hit play. Make cube. Okay, well, there is a color in the cube. When I create a dynamic material instance, oh, right, I misunderstood the way that worked for a start. This actually assigns it automatically, so it might not need the set material. Right, so if I break this link and run the test, that doesn't make sense. It's black again. All right, because this does the assignment. Ah, but it wasn't changing the color. Oh, right. So the problem is it's not copying, it's creating. It doesn't actually copy. So the reason it turns out black is because whatever it created doesn't really have a... It's not the right material, it's a blank material. There was a thing about copy. No, it says optionally from the supplied material. That's why, actually, that's true. It's from the supplied material. It's not a blank material because it should be a copy because I gave it this material. Alright, I'm not going to figure that out tonight. That's a little bit disappointing, but I did make some progress. It's just I'm not going to be able... This is beyond programming at this point. It's just trying to understand, you know, like, well, why is it I create a dynamic material instance from an existing material? And when I do it, it just It goes black. No explanation. There we go. I'm calling it a night. Thanks for tuning in. And carry on with this tomorrow. Almost there. Very, very close. A little frustrating. I was just so close. It was nicer to end on a success. So there we go. But in the meantime, we could put on a video, and I'm just going to see, is there, can I get on Vimeo? And we'll end tonight's video. Will be, why not? Despot measures. Everybody. If it plays. Oh, look at that. Definite impression of not going to play. So let me just check something. Yeah, it should play. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. There we are. Take care, everybody. I love it.
Sacred PB triple auto slide. I don't like kickoff. I love it. If I don't love it, I won't play. Which way shall we play? Only one way to play.
I am the holder and the keeper of the one. We shall all play.
I don't like kickoff. I won't play enough kickoff. With a passion. I won't play kickoff. In promotion. I won't play. Play is the way. I won't play. I won't play. I won't play. Despot measures.
I love it more than all of you.